morning, race fans and crews. We are ready for day 3 here at the Yakima Fairgrounds. We're excited to have another round of qualifying this morning, followed with the final cuts to see who takes home the checkered flag. But before we do that, we'd like you to please stand, remove your hats for the Australian anthem. We are also blessed to have some of our fellow Canadians cross the border over this weekend. So please remain standing for the Canadian National Anthem. Many of our crews and drivers made the long 20-plus hour flight over here to Yakima from New Zealand. We honor you with your national anthem. We want to thank back Alyssa Pepper. She's a native here from Yakima, a White Swan High School graduate, to sing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Once again, put your hands together for Miss Pepper, your Yakima native. All right, race fans, are you ready to go racing? Race teams, navigators, drivers, crews, teams, are you all ready to go racing? Back them in, load them up, let's go racing, boys and girls. Is the 154 Purcell Racing ready to go? Let's back her in and get them rolling. These race fans are ready to watch some action on the water here in Yakima. First clean run in the books by the 154 Purcell Racing. A brother-sister combo. Jeff at the wheel, Margaret in the hot seat out of Tacoma, Washington. We're just waiting for that time to come in, and we'll be ringing it out to you in just a minute. If you were here yesterday, welcome back for day number 3 here at the Yakima Fairgrounds, the Fair Park. You'll notice that the track is a little bit different today than it was yesterday. A little bit higher water levels today. You can see those flags are out there. We added that for additional caution for these drivers to see exactly where the bank of each one of these islands is at. The 03 Full Tilt Racing on their way out onto the track. Racing got off of the track rotation just a little bit, tried to navigate back into the original rotation, but unfortunately had to bring it in, and then they'll try again later on this afternoon. Yesterday we ran through 4 qualifying runs. We'll run through 2 more qualifying runs this morning, and then we'll move on to our final elimination cuts. Rob Robinson and Kat Matlock come out in the 911. Chaos brings out the Wild Thing as they give a thumbs up, make their way out off of the launch and through the starting track here at Yakima Fairgrounds. Like I said just a moment ago, the track conditions have changed quite a bit since yesterday, so these drivers are basically starting back to square one to find their rotation around each one of these islands. Each track, whether we here in Yakima, we also race in Port Angeles, Houston, Idaho, have 4 different rotations that these drivers will be doing, but they do not know which one of those rotations they will be assigned to until the day before the race. All right, the 666 Nut Deep was up next, but they're having some issues, motor issues, so we give them what's called a 5-minute clock. During that 5 minutes, they have that amount of time to stay on the launch and be able to figure out what is going on with the boat. They do not get their boat fixed and running within that 5 minutes, then they do not get to go out for that qualifying line. That gives us the 509 Bad Idea Racing out of Hermiston, Oregon, Eric Petring and Karen Mesa after a run. Yesterday, their fastest time out of the 4 qualifying runs was 60.647. She got herself an offer in the hot seat with Eric Petring. Eric Petring in Bad Idea Racing, 60.036. 60.036. Their best time thus far of the weekend. Bad Idea Racing out of Hermiston, Oregon has done so much for the racing community along with our community around Eastern Washington. He's collected over 26 pallets worth of donations for all of the firefighters and the survivors of the fires over here in Eastern Washington, look up Bad Idea Racing to donate your donations of food, clothing, toiletries, and even cash. All right, all of our island hoppers will make their way over to the Slippery Pickle. Unfortunately, a DNF for the Slippery Pickle on their first round here. Slippery Pickle started their career in 2021. That is a slipstream dart hall that they're in. Driver, Jesse Denton. Tammy Armstrong, the navigator. Brought to you by Wishy Washy Laundry and Movement Management. Make sure you make your way down to Vendor Alley. Slippery Pickle has some great swag down there. They've got some cooling towels, sun hats, baseball caps, sweatshirts, and even the brand new tank tops. ASBR Pro Racing also has some great swag. Jeff Halstead has some players cards and calendars for sale down there. Make sure you make your way down to Vendor Alley and get your weekend swag right down there. That is on the east side of the track. Want to thank all of our race day vendors that brought us here for the 4th round in our ASB Pro Racing this year, 2026. Coca-Cola, Columbia Distributing, Legends Casino Hotel, Steel Saw and Machinery, Washington Lottery is your racetrack finish line. This track was built in 2025. We had our first race here towards the end of 2025. And in the spring of 2026, summer 2026, we were able to come out here for another round of racing. But the big event will happen in 2027, where we will have the American Sprint Boat Worlds here in Yakima. Make sure you mark it on your calendar for August 14th and 15th. You can see our up and coming schedule if you go onto your social media at ASBR Pro Racing. Just in a few more weeks, we'll be making ourselves back over to the west side, over to the lovely Port Angeles, September 12th and 13th. August 3rd, back over to this side of the mountains, just a little bit further down the road to Lewiston, Idaho. That will complete round 5 of our qualifying for the modified divisions. Next, we'll be moving over to our LS class. It's a stock class with up to 650 horsepower. Our pits are open to the public, and if you'd like to come in and see these boats, talk to these drivers' crews, you feel free. We would love to answer any of your questions. You never know, 2027, they may offer you a ride in the hot seat. All right, we're moving on over to our LS class. We have completed our 5th round in our modified class. Going through the numbers, we've got quite a close competition going on in our modified class. At this time, it looks like Slippery Pickle's got the fastest time of the modified, with a 55.979. Throughout yesterday, we ran 4 qualifying runs. Today we'll run 2 more sets of qualifying runs. Then we will move on to our final cuts.
Right on, bud.
First to come out for our LS class is going to be 219 Instant Velocity out of Longview, Washington. Race fans, this is one that you will want to cheer on. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to switch that up. Bad Habit is coming out. The 36 driven by Scott Rapp and navigated Jalen Rapp. This is a jet speed limited haul. They're built right down the road in Eugene, Oregon, New Zealand designed. 36 Bad Habit brought to you by Eldorock Performance Parts and Tacoma Hydraulics.
Good to see you again, man.
A great run by Scott Rapp and Jaylene Rapp. 54.644. 54.644. Got a little close to the island over there on the north end. When you look up above where we are all sitting, you can see those islands, you can see the edge of the islands and the flags, but when you're inside the cockpit of these boats, you're about 4 to 6 inches lower. It's a lot harder to see, especially when you're hitting G-forces of 6 to 7 Gs as you're flying around the track. With a heave ho and a thumbs up from his team, 219 Instant Velocity Racing, Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen make their way out onto the track. They are Prairie Tech alumni, so this is going to be one of your local fan favorites, the 219 Instant Velocity. Official time for 219. Instant velocity racing, 53.619. His best time of the weekend. He is driving a Pulse Hall. You can find the distributor actually right here in the pits in Yakima. Make sure you get yourself signed up for your 2027 Pulse race boat. These boats are about 13 to 14 feet long. Sprint boat weighs about 1,000 to 1,400 pounds. They're aluminum hull. So look up Pulse race boats to order up your 2027 sprint boat. Be a part of here for the 2027 American Sprint Boat Racing Worlds, August 14th and 15th.
What we keep telling him is he need help. No, I don't think.
All right, we're loading up our next round of racing. Got a couple minutes out there. At this time, I just want to thank all of our volunteers that are out here throughout the racetrack. Thank you so much for all of your time. And for all of our race fans. Raise your hand if this is your first year being here for 2026 ASBR Racing. Oh, nice try, Wizard. You've been here forever. If this is your first time being here, we do welcome you. Our racing is called Sprint Boat Racing. You see out onto the track. At this time, we're going to run over to our 400 class and run a few of our 400s, then go back to the LS class. So we're going to step up the horsepower to over 780 horsepower in our 400 class. And I do once again welcome all of you for day 3 on Friday. Yakima Valley Mall opened up part of their parking lot for our show and shine. Great opportunity for you and as fans to talk to these drivers and get a close look up at these boats. Yesterday we ran through 4 qualifying runs. Today we'll run through 2 more sets of qualifying and then go on to our final cuts. A lot of our teams do offer some great social media websites to check out their racing. Go to Jolly Rogers 907. They have a few boats here in the pits. Instant Velocity also has a few social media posts that are quite fun to look at. Gateway Material and Trailers does show off their sponsorship on many different sprint boats. TNT Racing, another great website for social media. Psycho Racing, Kyle Patrick. He'll give you what an onboard view looks like. Bad Habit Racing. You can find the links to all of those racing teams through our social media of ASBR Pro Racing Series. You can find all of the point standings as well up until this weekend. Got a lot of tight, close races and point standings with all of our different classes. Go to ASBRacing.com. That stands for American Sprint Boat Racing.com. Phil Miller and Tanya Blackmon come out in the 22 Punisher in the 400 class with a very fast time of 5:3.081. 22 the Punisher with a time of 5:3.081. When you came through the gates, they did offer you a scorecard to be able to keep track of all of these times. That's why I read them off to you. Make sure you keep track of the times because that will come down to who makes the final cuts later on this afternoon. Even with that one little hiccup on the north end of the track, the O2 live wire, Von Trapp and Matthew Denson bring in their best time of the weekend of 64.109. 64.109. Brought to you by Trapp Construction, Ed's Automotive and Machine, Dog Powderhouse Coating, Torque Lift Holders. Torque Lift and Hitches are what put that perfect hitch on that nice pretty red Dodge to bring that boat in and out of the track. Want to thank Torque Lift and Hitches. At Habit Racing 36B, driven by Jackson Hopkins, Jalen Rapp. Official time for 36B Bad Habit Racing, 52.310. 52.310. Yesterday in our qualifying runs, 5150 cycle racing, Aaron Hansen, Dana Doyle ran their time of 55.894. This morning, a 57.823 for 5150. This morning's run on the 5th round of qualifying, 57.823 for cycle racing. Brought to you by Positive Electric, North Batteries Northwest. C&L Custom Tooling. Hot out of the presses, but unfortunately through the middle of the course, may have had some issues, but you can see all the island hoppers will stand back because he's still on the track and rotation. If the checkmate 55, Frank and Kelly Toftmark, are able to get out onto the track on their own, they can finish the rotation. Once those island hoppers do touch the boat, it will be considered a DNF. All right, looks like Mark and Kelly have already said it's a no-go. So we'll go ahead and put a rope on the 55. Checkmate out of Castle Rock, Washington, just at the base of Mount St. Helens. That is a jet speed hull built out of New Zealand. They're brought to you by Glenn's Quality Automotive. Copies today for all your printing needs. Coleman Marine and Performance, Marshall Specialty, Bishop's Tuning and Services. We're about halfway through our 400 class. 4 different classes that we're running this weekend. Modified was this morning. Then we moved on to our LS class with 650 horsepower. The 400 class jumps up to 780 horsepower. Then we go to the big boys. That's the unlimited class. That's when you're going to start to smell some methanol. They've got some turbo. 1,600 horsepower. More information can be found about each and every single one of these boats and all of the different classes at ASBR Racing, asbracing.com. right, race fans, let's go ahead and give a round of applause for our Island Hoppers. They were quick on the move to get the checkmate back in. Still got one more round of qualifying. We know that checkmate will make their way back over to the trailer. They'll have about 5 or 6 heads into that motor, and they'll be back out onto the track. That's a checkmate 55 with a DNF for round 5 of our 400 class. Earlier you heard me talking about point standings in our 400 class, some of our closest points race we have seen all season long. We're in our 4th round, just over halfway through our season. The leader is the 27, Preventing Insanity, with 267 points. Shortly behind the 27 is the 156, Red, White, and Blue, Bad Influence Racing, with 242 points. The 85 of Nuckenfutz still sitting on that podium spot in 213 points in our 400 class. Speaking of the Bad Influence 156, husband and wife team of Stephen and Randy Church out of Kashmir, Oregon. They are racing a Jet Speed Limited Haul, brought to you by Cobalt Computer, Oregon Motor Coach, Hogan Solutions, and Gateway Material and Trailers. Gateway Material and Trailers is a wonderful place for all of your trailer needs. Make sure you reach out to Gateway Materials and Trailers. Looks like the 156 Red, White, Blue Bad Influence really likes the new track that they put out for today, putting out their best time of the weekend with 54.207. Out of the 4 qualifying runs yesterday, their best time was 54.267. They were able to knock off a few ticks for the 5th round of qualifying here in our 400 class, 54.207. After some long work in the pits last night, Why Not Racing shaked off quite a bit of time from yesterday. This morning, 57.409. Yesterday, their fastest time, 57.589. That's the 31. Why Not Racing. Husband and wife team, Michael and Sandy, love boat racing so much, they wanted all of their racing family and friends to be with them. They actually got married on site of a boat race on a boat race weekend. They're excited to be here all the way out from Australia, about a 22 to 23 hour flight. Central Coast Airbrush, High Performance Signs, Image Graphics, Fisher Tyler, Pyramid Printing out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The Alpaca Ranch, brought to you by Generic, Jen and Eric Petring. Nat and Co. North NSW, Australia. The 1077 takes a little bit of a spin out on the east side of the track. Once again, you'll watch all the island hoppers with their hands up.
Rocket, it's just an air blower to get stuff out of the sensor. Yeah,
they're holding back. And it's a DNF for 1077 Midnight Express out of Edmonds, Washington. James Goldberg and Scarlett Taylor. James got his career starting in 2022. This is his first year in this boat. Still getting nicks and crannies figured out onto it. It's a Bandit racing boat, so you know it's fast. He's got a lot of friends and family at home that are cheering him on, along with Armstrong and Jameson PC law and attorneys. Holly Performance Brands and Simpsons. That's a 1077 Midnight Express with a DNF. Okay, race fans, we're going to start this off early. If you look over on the north side of the lake, I call them the three amigos. They got some swag for y'all. The Wizard wants to hear the loudest ones that can wake all of our fans up all the way to Grants Pass, Oregon. All right, race fans, get up on your feet. Who wants the swag? A little bit louder. The Oz says, I'm not pulling back on this slingshot till you get louder. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. I think somebody needs to make their way over to go get some coffee over there. Just to let you know, the Wizard, Wicked Brews over there, they got some coffee for you if you need some extra spunk on that little slingshot. Also, Gabby's Kettle Corn. It's got kettle corn and all kinds of flavored lemonade. I know I saw those around yesterday. Got actual fruit in them. They look really good. There's burritos, quesadillas, street tacos, burgers, and hot dogs also over on the food court. All right, we'll get the 1077 is back up onto the trailer. They'll bring that back to the hauler and assess if there's any damage, and we'll bring them back out. Right now we are rolling through our 400 class, about halfway through round 5. The 85 Duck and Futz Racing, a brother combo. Brad and Tanner Castle out of Spokane Valley. Brought to you by Castle Engines, Marine Transport, First Class Signs, Precision Propellers, Image Graphics. Official time for the 85 Duck and Futz, 66.364. 66.364. Talked about points chasing in our 400 class. Right now, Preventing Insanity, the number 27, Leighton Lilly. He is your 2026 points leader as we're through our 4th round of racing in our 2026 season. Leighton Lilly gives us quite the show in the 27 Preventing Insanity. Official time, 49.046 for 27 Preventing Insanity. Once again, official time for 27 Preventing Insanity, 49.046. Preventing Insanity brought to you by Gateway Materials and Trailers. Also, Pulse Race Boats. Make sure you get signed up for your 2027 Pulse Race Boat Haul. Reach out to Pulse Race Boats. '09 Fat Buddy Racing, husband and wife team, Jesse and Kaylin Winters, 55.220. 55.220. Brought to you by Monty Racing Engines, Hogue Solutions Engines, and Precision Finish. They're out of Castle Guard, BC. Made that long drive across the border, just north of Spokane. Husband-wife team with a 55.220 for '09 Fat Buddy Racing. 151M, Kyle Patrick and Hannah Rice take to the track. Unfortunately got off track, had to make one extra loop down to the south end of the track, but back on rotation. Just 1 year ago, Kyle Patrick was watching these races from his YouTube, said, I could not wait to get back into the boat. This year, feeling good, back in the boat. Kyle Patrick in the 151M for our first unlimited of our round 5 for day 2. Unfortunately with a DNF. A DNF for the 151M Cycle Racing, Kyle Patrick and Hannah Rice. Jolly Rogers, 556, Dustin Springer and Don Davis. Another one of our unlimited classes. Unlimited is where we bring out the big boys. 1,600 horsepower powering these 13-foot aluminum hulls. 556. Jolly Rogers Racing, Dustin Springer and Don Davis, 53.422. Yesterday, their best time on qualifier round 3 was 52.599. Today, 53.422. That's Dustin Springer, Don Davis, Jolly Rogers Racing out of Idaho, Haxby Racing and Marine, RC Lift and Solutions out of Spokane, and Milan, Trail Gas and Grocery. Can't miss this boat from a mile away. It's the bright orange 285, Pure Insanity with Young River Rogers and his best buddy Tanner as they navigate around the course. They're leading the points in 2026 in the unlimited classes with 267 points. River Rogers, 285. Pure Insanity, a time of 45.278. 45.278. River Rogers and his family would also like to thank Dr. Jeffrey Larson, who did his spine surgery just last summer at 32 days after having 2 herniated discs and 2 barricaded devices put into his spine. He showed up to Port Angeles on July 25th and 26th to claim another checkered flag. Once again, thank you to Jeffrey Larson for all of your work. River Rogers Motors, Pulse Race Boats, JRE, Gateway Trailer and Machine. TD Plastics out of New Zealand, Dynamic Designs, Jetta Media, Collier Electric, Jetco Machine and Fabrication. Peter and Ketz, Jet Tech out of New Zealand, Building King out of New Zealand. M TNT Racing, Tim Cummings and Vaughn Trapp, unfortunately with a DNF. Looks like you might be having some steering issues as they make their way in. That's the 99M TNT Racing with a DNF. All right, we're moving forward with our unlimited class. Next out, 907M, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner, and Jennifer Farmer. Very fast competition out there. Point standings right now in our unlimited. Jolly Rogers is sitting in second place, just about 18 points away from Pure Insanity. You know he's going to be out for Hot for Blood for this weekend. Jolly Rogers, 907. Check out their social media. If you go to Jolly Rogers 907 social media, you see where Eric Warner spent Friday afternoon not just sitting on the beach checking the track, he actually walked the whole entire track. That has paid off. His best time, 47.389. 47.389 in our unlimited class. That will complete round 5 for our unlimited class. We're moving on for one more round of unlimiteds, then we'll be moving on to the final cuts. Make sure you jump down there to the east side of the track. There is all kinds of racing swag, whether it be your favorite team. ASBR Pro Racing Series also does have swag down there. Jeff Halstead is selling player cards along with calendars. Our food court is open. They're ready to fill your bellies over there. They've got shaved ice over at the Sweet Ice. Gabby's Kettle Corn. Grab yourself some kettle corn and along with a flavored lemonade. Wicked Brew offering some hot and cold coffee along with some energy drinks. Got a taco bar over there, burritos, quesadillas, street tacos. They're also serving burgers, hot dogs, seasoned fries, and beverages. Energy drinks, fruit cups, fruit waters, frappies, Dubai chocolate over there as well. When you came in, you did see we have our vendors right there on the west side of the building. Pulled pork, chicken barbecue sandwiches, kids, hot dog value meals, along with chips, cookies, and sodas. Make sure you grab yourself a pineapple non-dairy frozen dessert in 1 cup or a cone. Want to thank all of our local sponsors here for the weekend. Coca-Cola, exclusive soft drink provider of the State Fair Park. Columbia Distributing, sponsoring the VIP experience. Legends Casino Hotel, offering you a great misting tent to keep you cool on these hot summer days. Still Saw and Machinery. Make sure you run down and grab your Washington lottery. You could be the winner. Make sure you take that winning money and go find out how you can get involved in racing. Grab yourself a boat. Let's go racing. We're going to take one quick little break while we fix a couple electrical issues. So during that quick little break, how about it, Wizard? What you got in the little blue bag? I think we need to throw some swag out to some of our fans out there, Wizard. Three amigos are over there too busy talking. Race fans, how about you get up on your feet and get the attention of the Wizard and tell him you want yourself a t-shirt. Oh. Margaret Purcell came in clapping, excited because she knew that was a flawless run. And it was. Their fastest time is 61.167 for the 154 Purcell Racing, 61.167. Right now we're on our modified class, going for our last rounds of qualifications. This is where the drivers will put it out on the line. They've looked over the numbers and know exactly where they need to be top on the podium. Racing, Selden Gleep, Summer Shoop, 63.072, 63.072. We're running through our 6th round of qualifying. Full Tilt Racing out of Brennan, Washington, brought to you by Copycat Graphics, Johnson's Realty, The Brennan Store, Gearhead Deli, Next Level, Carbon Fiber, Egg Roll Hunt. Once again, 03 Full Tilt Racing was the 63.072. Next out onto the water, the 911 Chaos brings you the Wild Thing. Rob Robinson and Kat Matlock coming out onto the water. That ever colorful 911 out of Puyallup, Washington, brought to you by Gibson Racing. The DNF for 911 Chaos, the Wild Thing, Rob Robinson and Kat Matlock. A DNF for the 911 Chaos
around, or are you kind of
presents
chilling on
the Wild
this
Thing.
spot? Okay.
Next out, 666, Nut Deep. Brother combo, Jay and Dale Carrera coming out onto the track, fighting a couple gremlins, but I've noticed there's been a lot of other teams out there helping them out. 14 years racing experience brought to you by Bowtie Performance, DNM Saw Ashcroft Motorcycle. 666 Nut Deep out of Salem, Oregon, making their way out onto the track. 666. Not deep, unfortunately, with a DNF. Took a wrong turn towards the end of that rotation and was unable to go back and pick up that turn. 666, not deep with a DNF. Hermistat, Oregon is where Bad Idea Racing calls home. Eric Petring and Karen Mesa. Their fastest time of the weekend was a 60.036, which they put out first thing this morning. He's out to go try and beat that time. He wants to step one more step up on that podium as we get ready for the final cut. Bad Idea Racing, 509, Eric Petring and Karen Mesa with a 60.338. 60.338. Bad Idea Racing made that drive just south of Tri-City area down in Oregon. He does so much for the sport. He's also collecting donations for the victims of the fire, along with our countless firefighters. So make sure you reach out to 509 Bad Idea Racing. Eric Petring, along with Karen Mesa. Brought to you by Central Coast Airbrush, Greasy Rat Garage out of Burlington. 611, Slippery Pickle. Last of our modified class for our sixth round of qualifying. A time of 56.561, a 56.561 for the Slippery Pickle. Brought to you by Wishy-Washy Machines. The Slippery Pickle does have some great swag for sale. Temperatures are starting to rise. Make sure you go over and grab yourself your cooling towel. They got great sun hats, ball caps, tank tops, and t-shirts for sale. That's the Slippery Pickle. He was your winner in 2026 on our first round here in Yakima. Wants to take back-to-back wins with a checkered flag. Next out, 35, Bad Habit Racing. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of that sprint boat. They're jumping out. You can tell that there is a little bit of smoke still, and I think I saw some flames coming out of the Bad Habit. Our island hoppers are quick on the run. We do ask all of our fans to please step away from the fence just a little bit for your safety and the safety of those around you. Bad Habit Racing, unfortunately, with a DNF on the north side of the track. They'll start to step away from the boat. We'll bring over our fire race rescue over there to assist the damage on the 35 Bad Habit Racing. All right, race fans, good opportunity for you to snag your pictures over there of the Bad Habit Racing. Throw it across your social media to say that you're here for the 2026 fourth round of ASBR Racing Pro Series. Got lots of racing left to go. That will complete our final round for our modified class. Then we'll be moving on to the LS, 400s, and the Everfast Unlimiteds. Make sure you tag all your pictures with ASBR Pro Racing Series.
I got it in video form, but I didn't.
All right, race fans, let's put our hands together for the Island Hoppers. With all their hard work, that was a quick turnover. We'll have to find out how bad the damage is over there on the 35 of Bad Habit Racing. If you want to become an Island Hopper, feel free to reach out to us. You'll get the best seat in the house. Look at these Island Hoppers right there in the middle. They got the best view in the house. Then the wizard over there, he gets to throw some swag out to all of our fans. Reach out to ASBR Pro Racing if you want to become an Island Hopper. As they walk around towards the fence lines, feel free to ask them questions. They'd be glad to answer your questions and take selfies. All of our Island Hoppers love to take a few selfies. They have their own calendar out from what I hear from Jeff Halstead. Make sure you go grab yourself an Island Hopper calendar right over there at the ASBR Pro Racing Series. Next, we'll be moving on to round 6 of our LS Series class, 650 horsepower. Got some of our close competition making their way out in our LS class. 71B, Bad Influence Racing. 71A, Bad Habit Racing. Along with 36, Bad Habit Racing. The 219, Velocity Racing. 621 of Jolly Rogers. 71A, Bad Influence, and 76B, Bad Habit Racing. Our winner in 2026 first round of racing here in Yakima in the LS class was the 36 of Bad Habit Racing. Keep an eye out for that. But the 219, sitting second on the podium last year, wants to take that top podium spot away from him as he makes his way out onto the course. That's the 219, Velocity Racing. Kyle Sinaj and Chris Christensen. Perry Tech alumni making their way out onto the track. So if you're a Perry Tech alumni or classmate, give them a big hoot and holler and cheer them on as they make their way out onto the track. 219, Instant Velocity Racing, Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen having a remarkable weekend. Started off yesterday in round 1 with a 59.733. Dropped that down in round 2 to a 55.261. Round 3, 55.276. Started his morning with a 55.368. Dropped that extremely down to a 53.619. And now, his best run of the day for the 219 Velocity Racing, 53.441. 53.441. Started racing in 2025. Contacted Pulse Race Boats, said, hey, I want one of them pretty Pulse Race Boats. And here he is, this weekend in Yakima, showing off how fast the Pulse Race Boats can go with a 53.44. 22, the Punisher, Phil Miller, Tanya Blackmon, 52.530, 52.530. As the weekend goes on, these drivers are getting more and more comfortable, not only with the track, but with the rotation. If you're just joining us, a little backdrop on the rotation. How it works is each track offers these drivers and navigators 4 different rotations at the beginning of the year. They do not know which of those 4 rotations they will be using at each weekend until the day before. It seems pretty easy to memorize these rotations as you're looking on a map. But when you're out there on the water doing 6 Gs, flying through these tiny canals of only 10 feet wide, those corners come up awfully quick. We've had a few DNFs, but we've had a lot of our drivers by the end of today or middle of the day already got that rotation figured out. Heading out on the water right now, 02 Livewire. Unfortunately, taking a little spin over on the east side of the track, the 02 Livewire with a DNF. 02 Livewire with a DNF. Currently sitting in 4th place in our 400 class, but extremely close to his hot competition of the 85 Knuckenfutz. In our 400 class, as it stands, walking into this weekend, your leader, the 27, Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly, with 267 points. The red, white, and blue, 156, Bad Influence Racing, husband and wife team, Steve and Randy Church in the 242. The 85 Knuckenfutz with 213 points. And in 4th place, 02 Livewire with 164 points. You can find those point standings and race results along with qualifying time on our website of ASBRacing.com. That's ASBRacing.com. A little heave-ho with some of our island hoppers. We'll get the 02 Livewire back onto the track and tow them in. And we'll continue to move forward in our 400 class. We're running through our 6th round of qualifying. Then we will take all of those times, tally them up, and then we will work through our, basically like a bracket play where it's cuts until we get down to the final couple, and we'll see who takes home the checkered flag. Last year in our modified class, Slippery Pickle in the 611 took home the checkered flag. In the LS class, Bad Habit Racing in the 36 took home the checkered flag. In our 400 class, Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly in the 27 took home the checkered flag. And in the unlimited class, that bright orange Pure Insanity, River Rogers in the 285M took home the checkered flag. You can find those results all listed on the ASBRacing.com. Gives you more information about our up-and-coming season. Just in a few weeks, we'll be going to Port Angeles, Washington on September 12th through the 13th. October 3rd, we're making our way over to Idaho, to Lewiston, Idaho for the last race of the season. 2027 is going to be the big year here in Washington. We'll be holding the first round of Worlds in Port Angeles, Washington, August 7th and 8th. Second round of Worlds for the American Speedboat Racing here in Yakima, August 14th and 15th. Make sure you mark it onto your calendar. August 14th and 15th of 2027 will be the Worlds Racing here. We'll have drivers all across the United States and Worlds. This weekend, we're lucky enough to have drivers and navigators from Australia, New Zealand, Just north of us across the border, Canadians are making their way down here to get an early check on this track. Yesterday, the track levels was a little bit lower. This morning, a little bit higher, giving these drivers a little different track rotation as they make their way through. Gives these channels just a little bit wider, but as you can see, all of those little flags that are down there on the corners tells our drivers and navigators that that is the beginning of the island, and to stay away from those, otherwise you clip them and do a little spin out like the O2 live wire just did. All right, we got the live wire back onto the trailer. See if there's any damage, assist it from there. Want to thank Torque Lift and Hitches for the great hitch on the front of that bright maroon pretty Dodge. O2 live wire also brought to you by Trap Construction, Ed's Automotive Machine, Reed's Mobile Repair, Doghouse Powder and Coating, Trinity Mountain Drone, Maxwell Silver Hammer, Construction Quality and Build, M&J Drywall out of Sequim, Washington. Next out, 5150. Halfway through our sixth round of 400 class, 5150 Cycle Racing, Aaron Hansen, Dana Doyle, 53.505, 53.505, shaking 2 seconds off of yesterday's best time at 55.894. Cycle Racing brought to you by Positive Electric Batteries Northwest, C&L Custom Tooling. All right, we saw them unfortunately land that up on the beach earlier, but the 55 checkmate got it all fixed up, heading out onto the track. 55 of checkmate. '55 of checkmate. Husband and wife team, Frank and Kelly Toffmark, 53.009, 53.009. Shows what a husband and wife teamwork can do. Frank at the wheel, Kelly being the navigator. As you can see, when the navigator is moving their hand left and right, That is telling the driver that they have turns coming up. Each team has their specific hand signals that they do use as they make their way around the 23-turn rotation. Frank and Kelly Toffmark driving a Jet Speed Hall, New Zealand designed, American built. They're brought to you by Glenn's Quality Automotive, Bogman Engine Machine Works, Canopies today for all your printing needs, Coleman Marine Performance, Marshall Specialty Machining. They're out of Castle Rock, Washington. 55 checkmate brings in a time of 53.009. The 156 red, white, and blue Bat Influence Racing, Steve and Randy Church, a time of 53.121. 53.121. Yesterday afternoon in round 2, they unfortunately clipped part of the island, landed up on the beach, had a little bit of boat damage, but due to the hard work of them and their team, they were able to bring out a 53.121. For Bad Influence Racing, the 156 brought to you by Cobalt Computer, Jet Speed Limited, Oregon Motor Coach, Hogan Solutions, Gateway Material and Trailers for all of your material and trailer needs. Once again, that's Gateway Material and Trailers. The 31, Why Not Racing, husband and wife team of Michael and Sandy. Getting their times faster and faster in on every rotation. The 65.587 yesterday. Round 2, 60.002. On third round of qualifications, they ran their fastest time of 57.589. They just dropped that down to a 57.036. The 31, Why Not Racing, all the way out of Australia, Michael and Sandy with a time of 51.036. Brought to you by Penguin Dry Cleaners out of Victoria, Australia. Dave Brown Constructions from Medford, Oregon. This and That Solutions out of Victoria, Australia. Pyramid Printing out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Also brought to you by Image Graphics out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Got a couple of our photographers running around the pits and through the fans. Make sure you wave proudly at them. I got the 208 running around here. Make sure you look up on his social media to see if your lovely smile is located on their Facebook site. That's the 208 Photography. Unfortunately, clipped the island over there on the east side is the 1077 Midnight Express. Still fairly new to that boat. We've seen it in years past, being driven by the Bandit Racing. I know they're at home watching along with the Hyatt family. James Goldberg and Scarlett Taylor inside the cockpit. We're going to go ahead and get a line on them and bring them in. That's the 1077 Midnight Express with a DNF, unfortunately. A spin out on the east side of the track. They're brought to you by Armstrong and Jameson, PC, attorney at law. Poly Performance Brands and Simpson, located out of Edmonds, Washington. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hear some yelling over there on the north end? Oh, I only heard a little whisper. I want to hear some more yelling because you can see the wizard has some swag. Okay, beer garden, let's try you guys out. You guys were pretty loud yesterday. How about a beer garden? Do you want some swag? One more Modelo in you, and you might. We'll go back over to the north end. Do you all got your shaved ice over there? Oh, competition is beginning. North Enders, you all got to get up on your feet. Here comes some swag for you. The Oz is getting it locked and loaded. North Enders, are you ready for some swag? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sling it. Great job by the three amigos over there on the middle island. Thank you again. If you want to be an island hopper and get yourself out on one of the middle of these islands to get the best seat in the house, make sure you reach out to ASB Pro Racing Series. We're also looking for future sponsors. Because of 2027, we're going to bring the fastest of the fast sprint boat races for the 2027 American Sprint Boat Racing Worlds, August 14th and 15th. If you'd like to have your company, your LLC, all across our Facebook site, along with at the Yakima Valley Mall. Last night I was at the Yakima Valley Mall and I saw a huge billboard screen that listed that we were here with numerous sponsors. That would be Coca-Cola, Columbia Distributing, Legends Casino Hotel, Still Saw and Machinery, along with Washington Lottery. Reach out to us at ASBR Pro Racing Series. We would love to talk to you and to your company. Next out onto the track, the 85 of Nuck and Futz Racing. Brad and Dakota, uncle and nephew out here on the track in the 400 class. '85 of Nuck and Futz Racing knew this was the last chance they had for as we're going through our last qualifying runs. Nuck and Futz, Brad and Dakota, ran a 55.078. 55.078 for the Nuck and Futz. Brought to you by Castle Engines, Image Graphics, Marine Transport, First Class Signs, Precision Propellers. They're running a Spring Tech Haul, and they need that trip over from Spokane Valley. Also want to remind you, we are taking donations over here in the pits. Thanks to 509 Bad Idea Racing, their goal is to completely fill a 27-foot U-Haul trailer. Reach out to 509 Bad Idea Racing for your donations to help the victims of the fire and the countless firemen that are out there working hard. As Leighton Lilly brings in the Red Rocket 27, preventing insanity. His time for the final qualification round, 48.959. 48.959, his best time of the weekend. He was your 2026 High Point champion, on a roll as he is now sitting in the 400 class with 267 points. But he's got hot competition with the 156, red, white, and blue, Bad Influence Racing. 27, Preventing Insanity out of Idaho, brought to you by Gateway Materials and Trailers, Roger Motors, Superior Construction, Hot Shot Espresso, Sparko, Building King, Dynamic Design, JRE. One of the 3 out of the 5 here using the state of the Pulse Racing. Leighton Lilly, Preventing Insanity. Out on the track, the 09. When it comes to racing sprint boats, it is a driver-navigator combo that can bring them to the winning finish line. This husband and wife team, Jesse and Kaylin Winters, 55.272 in the 09 Fat Buddy. Kaylin Winters, in her 2025, never once missed a turn. Never once missed a turn. Husband Jesse said, let's go ahead and go for a ride together as a husband and wife duo in the 09 Fat Buddy Racing, 55.272. On round 6, they had a 55.220. Their best time of the weekend was 55.029 in round 4. If you're keeping track on those scorecards, I'll give you the times as they come through. Got the 151M Psycho Racing making their way out onto the track. As we move forward to the Unlimited class, 1,650 horsepower. the sweet smell of racing right there. That's some race fuel. These drivers can use anything when it comes to the unlimited class. He put the right mixture in, giving him a time of 47.432, a 47.432 for the 151M Cycle Racing, driven by Kyle Patrick. Navigator, Hannah Rice. Brought to you by Positive Electric Batteries Northwest, CL Custom Tooling. Once again, we are just starting our last round of unlimited racing. You can find all of these times listed on our social media and along with our site of ASBR Racing. ASBRracing.com will give you all of the up and coming qualifying times and point standings. All right, we got a little bit of timing that we're going to configure out. If you look over on the east side of the track, you can see where the start line is. Right below the start line, you see two black tubes. Inside of those two black tubes are the eyes. Those are the trigger for the start of their timing session. Down here on the south side, you can see two white poles along with the same two black tubes. Inside of there is a second set of eyes. You'll see when the Jolly Rogers 556 makes their way out onto the track, it will click the trigger to start their timing. 556 out on in our unlimited class, round 6. Justin Springer and Don Davis, Jolly Rogers 556. A time of 52.605. 52.605. Their best time of the weekend. Getting to know this track and rotation quite well. That's the 556 Jolly Rogers 52.605. Brought to you by Haxby Speed and Marine, Lawn Trailer, or Trail Gas and Grocery, RC Lift Stations and Solutions. That's the 556 Jolly Rogers. Halfway through our last qualification runs for our unlimited class. Next coming out, that bright orange 285M Pure Insanity Young River Rogers with his roommate Tanner Ward at navigation seat. 285, Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Tanner Ward, 45.126. 45.126 for their final round in the unlimited class. The 285 brought to you by Rogers Motors, Gateway, Pulse Holes, Jet Tech, TD Plastics, DHC Concrete, Collier Electric, Building King out of New Zealand. Next out on the docket, going to be his fierce competition in the 507 as it's still a points chase coming to the end of the season. Pure Insanity, River Rogers with a 267, but right behind him is Eric Waring and the Jolly Rogers with a 249 points. These two battle it out weekend after weekend. Next out onto the water. Oh. Jolly Rogers going to sit on the side. Out on the track right now is the 99M of TNT Racing. TNT Racing out on the track. Unfortunately, clipped the island over on the east side. Took the wrong turn, tried to cut inside of that middle channel, but unfortunately unable to make that hairpin turn. That's going to be the 99M TNT Racing, Vaughn Trapp, and Tim Cummings with a DNF. We do 6 rounds of qualifying with sprint boat racing. Take the times for those, and then we'll move on to the final cuts. Basically like a bracket play when it comes to the March Madness. You can see all of the times that are listed on our website. Great way to find that is go to ASBR Pro Racing Series. Want to thank our weekend sponsors here, Coca-Cola, the exclusive drink provider for the State Fair Park, Columbia Distributing, sponsoring over there at the VIP experience, handing over some nice cold Modelo's. Legends Casino Hotel is offering a great misting tent, steel, saw, and machine. Make sure you grab your winning lottery ticket, bring it down to the racetrack finish line. Lots of food and eateries over there. Get a little bit warm, gotta go grab some shaved ice from Sweet Ice. Gabby's Kettle Corn's offering some great lemonades and kettle corn. Wicked Brew offering some energy drinks along with iced and cold coffee. There's burritos, quesadillas, street tacos, hot dogs, burgers, and seasoned fries and beverages also located over there at the food court. As you came in, you could smell the sweet smell of pulled pork and barbecued chicken sandwiches. They also have some kids' hot dog value meals, chips, cookies, and soft drinks. Grab your pineapple non-dairy frozen yogurt. You can get that in a cup or even in a cone. All right. Once again, with the quick maneuvers of our island hoppers, we were able to bring the 99 TNT Racing back onto the trailer. We'll assess and see if there's any damage to that. I believe Scott Rapp is going to be coming over here shortly to have a little chit chat with me to describe what happened with the Bad Habit Racing. We'll get him over here as soon as possible. Have a little talk with him so he can talk to his friends, family, and fans out there listening in. 907M, Jolly Rogers, Eric Warner, and Jen Farmer. Gonna go ahead and take one last run out onto the track. Make sure they've got everything figured out for the final cuts coming up later on this afternoon. 907M, Jolly Rogers out on the track. Eric Warner and Jennifer Farmer in the 907M Jolly Rogers made some slight adjustments, went out one last time for our 6th round of qualifying to shake the last little bit of adjustments out, figure out if that is the setup that they want to use for their end of the day, and it is. With a 47.013, 907M Jolly Rogers, 47.013. Brought to you by Hexby Speed and Marine. Jolly Roger, 907 social media. We're going to take one quick break, get out all of our numbers together, and we will be right back with you. Great opportunity for you to go up and grab yourself some drinks, sodas, quesadillas, burritos. They've got the pulled pork over there, chicken barbecue sandwiches, and hot dogs. Throw all your photos across your social media. Tag us that you are here for the 2026 ASBR Pro Racing Series. We will be right back with you. Until then, enjoy some great music, and we'll be right back with you. Scott Rapp, Bad Habit. Over to the announcer booth, please. Scott Rapp. Welcome back, race fans. We're about ready to get rolling with our final cuts. Earlier today, we saw a lot of fast boats, but we saw some boats accidentally get damaged going up onto the islands. But we have one boat that decided to punch a baseball-size hole into the side of a cylinder. You saw that up on the north end of the lake. That's going to be Scott Rapp and the Bad Habit Racing. So, Scott, kind of describe what happened and all of the damage you did to that poor boat.
I blame Jackson Hopkins. He was so fast in my boat the first round, and when I went back out, I had to beat him. So I think I just put my foot as hard as I could on the floor, and it gave out. It just gave out. That's what it was. The air quality and everything being as tough as it is, and the humidity rate, and just it basically spun the cam bearing and threw the connecting rod right out the side of the motor.
Well, I did see a lot of shrapnel on the bottom of that boat. You've got pretty much a diagnosis of what you're going to have to do to get the repairs done for our next race in Port Angeles, September 12th and 13th. Do you think you can get that boat, Bad Habit Racing, back on the water by September?
Yep, it'll be ready by Tuesday.
Do you need some help with that? I have a feeling there's a few mechanics in the fan base that might be able to help you out.
Yeah, we got it covered, but thank you. Looking for a tuner, but yeah, we got it covered.
All right, Bad Habit Racing of Scott Rapp. You've got a lot of people to thank that helped you throughout the weekend. We're in our fourth round of racing with ASBR Racing.
Okay, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Tacoma Hydraulics, Ardor Printing, Comp and Edelbrock Group. I'd like to thank Ace Acme Septic, my family, my parents, Tanya, the kids, everybody. The Rogers have been great. Everybody's been just phenomenal here, so thank you.
I know you guys got some swag over there that you're going to be selling later on this afternoon. I've caught my eye on this Bad Habit Racing baseball cap. How can our race fans get a hold of some of your swag?
The rest of today will be badhabitracing.com, or you can go to Instagram, Facebook at Bad Habit Racing 36, all over the internet.
Well, congratulations on a great season thus far. Unfortunately, with that baseball-sized hole in the cylinder, but you've got your high hopes. You think you got this figured out, and we're excited to see you in Port Angeles in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, we're coming for Kyle. He got an easy one today. He won't get an easy one again, so he'll go out and do his round and take his little victory lap, but that'll be it for him today.
All right, well, you've got some competition out there. Good to see that you are okay, unfortunately, with the motor issues, but we will be seeing the Bad Habit Racing in Port Angeles on September 12th through the 13th. Wizard! think the beer garden needs some nice swag out there. Do you got some swag in that nice big blue bag of yours? I see some towels. Is that a Slippery Pickle cooling towel, rally towel over there? That's a thumbs up for the Slippery Pickle Cigarette 611. They got their rally towels flying. How about you over here on the east side of the track? Do you have your Slippery Pickle cooling towel? If not, make sure you go grab your cooling towel. They also, oh, I see another Slippery Pickle, 2 more Slippery Pickle rally towels. Make sure you keep yourself nice and cool over there. ASB Pro Racing Series does have theirs as well, and it's flying. All right, Beer Garden. Oh, you all got to be a little bit louder. How about a Beer Garden? Do you want some swag from the Wizard? VIP right there. That's your best space to sit. 2027, we'll be bringing you back out for more racing. But right now, one more time, let's hear it, Beer Garden. Are you ready, VIP? All right, we're going to get it locked and loaded. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fling it. We need to work on this there, the Oz. Oh, is that called for a belly flop? Are we ready for the belly flop challenge? It's getting a little warm out here. Our Island Hoppers do so much throughout the day. We do want to thank them. So put your hands together for the Island Hoppers. The Island Hoppers are also collecting cash donations. Those will be put into our donations fund to help out our victims from the fires along with our firemen. So if you see the Island Hoppers, make sure you slip a couple dollars through the fence, take your selfie with them. Maybe you could be on the Jeff Halstead 2028 calendar. The Island Hoppers are so excited to have their own calendar out this year. Jeff Halstead is also selling player cards, but he's roaming the pits and roaming through the Thrans. If you can spot Jeff Halstead, he has a special deck of playing cards. Make sure you tap him on the shoulders. Six rounds of qualifying in the books. Now it's time to do the final cuts. We'll do the 9, 6, 3 final cuts. On their way out, 6, 6, 6, nut deep on their way out onto the track for the first round of our cuts. What do you got? You're going to have to call. 666 Nut Deep Racing with a D and F to start the first set of cuts. When it comes to sprint boat racing, all day Saturday and Sunday morning, we will run through qualification runs. They'll take those times. He or she who has the best times will mark where they are on the pole. Then we will go through a cut, basically like a bracket play, where we will bring it down to the final three, then the two, and who will take home the checkered flag. 03 Full Tilt Racing, Selden Glebe, Summer Shoot, making their way out onto the track. 03 Full Tilt Racing unfortunately went off the track rotation. They'll navigate back through the track, get back onto rotation. 03 Full Tilt Racing. '03 Full Tilt Racing, Selden Glebe, and Summer Shoop unfortunately went out of the race. Unfortunately got off of rotation, had to take a couple extra laps around the track to get back onto rotation. Full Tilt Racing brought to you by Gearhead Deli, Brennan Store, Johnson Realty, Egg Roll Hut, Next Level Carbon Fiber, and Copycat Graphics. Next out, 154, Purcell Racing. Their brother-sister combo out here. That's Jeff Purcell and Margaret Purcell. Their best time of the weekend was 61.167. 154, Purcell Racing, making their way out onto the track. Jeff and Margaret Purcell in the 154, a time of 61.856. 61.856. Right now we are running through our cuts. This is the first round of cuts in our modified class. Next will be our LS class, then to the 400s, and then the Everfast Unlimiteds. Getting a quick shove off of the trailer, the 509 Bad Idea Racing out of Hermiston, Oregon. Eric Petring and Karen Mesa. Bad Idea Racing still on a high from their win in Port Angeles, taking the top podium spot. We'll see if he can collect it back-to-back weekends. 509 Bad Idea Racing making their way out onto the track. Bad Idea 509 Racing, 60.406. 60.406. Brought to you by Central Coast Airbrush, Greasy Rat Garage out of Bremerton, Washington, and Tiny's Mobile Barber Shop. That's the 509 Bad Idea Racing. All right, race fans. The 611 Slippery Pickle on his way out to the track. Get up onto your feet. Let's swing those cooling towels around and cheer them on. Slippery Pickle, the 611. Let's swing those rally towels around. Let's get them rolling. With the help of those rally towels and those cooling towels, the 611 has made it into the final cut with a time of 56.385 for the Slippery Pickle. Currently, he is your points leader in our series, but he's got some heavy competition right behind him. The 154 Purcell Racing and the 509 Bad Idea Racing. Right now, we're rolling through our final cuts of the mod category. Next, we're moving on to the LS. Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen and that beautiful 219 Velocity Racing going to be making their way out onto the track. Having a wonderful season so far. He's just a 2025 rookie, but that Pulse Hall has brought him to victory lane time and time again. 219, Instant Velocity. For you race fans here in Yakima and those listening online, all the way from Spokane Valley to Grants Pass, all the way across the other side of the water over in Australia and New Zealand. If you're keeping track on your scorecards, the 219 Instant Velocity Racing, Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen just brought a 5.3098. 5.3.098. That'll be the first time of our first set of cuts in the LS class. Once again, 219, 5.3098. .1077 Midnight Express making their way out onto the water. Had some boat damage earlier, but able to get that fixed. James Goldberg and Scarlett Taylor. Race fans, let's put your hands together for the 1077 Midnight Express. Best time of the weekend for the Midnight Express with a 56.826. 2022 was when he started his racing career. First time racing this year in this boat. It's a Bandit boat. Brought to you by Armstrong and Jameson, PC Attorney and Law, Holly Performance Brands, and Simpson. That's a 1077 with a 56.826. Michael and Sandy in the 31, Why Not Racing, all the way out of Australia. Made that long venture over here to go racing and to get a little sneak peek on our track here in Yakima. Because in 2027, we'll be bringing the Worlds here. They wanted to get a little bit of an idea of how this track works and the rotations. Their time is a 57.426. 57.426. Why Not Racing, brought to you by Pyramid Tires, or Fisher Tires out of Windsor, Idaho. Pyramid Paint Printing out of Coeur d'Alene. Nat and Co. out of Australia. Penguin Dry Cleaners out of Victoria, Australia. The 09 off the trailer and making their way towards the start line. The 09 Fat Buddy Racing. The 09 Fat Buddy Racing husband and wife team, Jesse and Kaylin Miller, out of Castleguard, British Columbia. A time of 55.925. 55.925 for 09 Fat Buddy Racing. Jesse and Kaylin Winters. Brought to you by Precision Finish, Monty Racing Engines, Hogan Solution Engines. Next out onto the track, 5150 Cycle Racing. Love that beautiful orange and black boat coming out by Aaron Hansen and Dana Doyle. .5150 held off all weekend to give us their best time. They knew it was on the line right now as we're going through the final cuts. 53.507. 53.507 for 5150 Cycle Racing. Aaron Hansen and Dana Doyle. Brought to you by Positive Electric, Batteries Northwest, C&L Custom Tooling. Next out, the red, white, and blue 156 Bad Influence Racing. 156 red, white, and blue, Bad Influence Racing, Steve and Randy Church, 71.438. 71.438. We're halfway through our first round of cuts in our 400 class. Next, we'll be moving on to the Unlimiteds. Making their way out onto the track, the 55, Checkmate, Frank and Kelly Topmark. Just a few weeks ago over in Port Angeles, they ended up third on the podium. We'll see if they can make a couple steps up out of that podium in our 400 class. 55, Checkmate. Class, the 55 Checkmate, Frank and Kelly Topmark, 53.321. 53.321. They're running one of those Jet Speed hauls. Make sure you reach out to Jet Speed Limited, New Zealand design, American built, just south of us in Eugene, Oregon. Get your order in for your 2027 Sprint boat. '85 Duck and Butts Racing, Brad and Dakota give a time of 52.535. Brad and Dakota, 85 Duck and Butts Racing. In our 400 class, 52.535. Duck and Butts brought to you by Castle Engines, Marine Transport, First Class Signs, Precision Propellers, and Image Graphics. We will be having our trophy presentation at the end of the racing day here at the boat launch. All fans are welcome. So make sure you go over and grab your swag over there at Swag Alley. Bring it down so you can get your signatures from all of your favorite drivers, navigators, and team members. All fans are welcome to our trophy presentation following the race day. The Punisher 22, Phil Miller and Tanya Blackman making their way out onto the track. As we're getting down to the final cuts, these drivers are putting it all out onto the line. The 22 Punisher with their best time of the weekend, 52.524, 52.524 for the 22 Punisher. Preventing Insanity, number 27, Leighton Lilly, does one last check, make sure that all systems are running on target. So he makes his way out onto the track. He's currently your points leader, undefeated this season. Can he hold another checkered flag? Brought to you by Gateway Materials and Trailers, Rogers Motors, 27. That will complete our first round of cuts for 400. The 9, 5150, 55, 85, 22, and 27 are moving on to the next round for our 400s. Once again, that's the 9, 5150, 55, 85, 22, and 27 will move on to the next round of cuts in our 400. They will go back to their haulers, do one last check over, but in the meantime, where it's time to bring out the Unlimiteds, this is the big boys, the fastest of the fast. In our Unlimited class, the 151, Psycho Racing, the 556, Jolly Rogers, the 285M Pure Insanity, 99M TNT Racing, 907M Jolly Rogers. Okay, race fans, if you've got your scorecards, our next round of cuts in the mod division will be the 03, 154, 509, and 611. In our 400 class, the next round will be 9, 5150, 55, 85, 22, and 27. We thank you, race fans, for your patience here in Yakima and those listening online. We had one slight timing issue. We've got that figured out. Next out will be the final cuts for the Unlimited class. If you missed it earlier, I just read off who our next final cuts will be for mod and 400. In the mod, the 03, 154, 509, and 611 are the 4 boats that will move forward in the mod division. In our 400 division, 9, 5150, 55, 85, 22, and 27. Next out will be our Unlimited class. Unfortunately, it looks like the 556 might have clipped the island over there on the west side of the track. Lost steering and ended up over here on the south side of the track. Our island hoppers will make their way over there, give a heave-ho, and put them back out onto the track. That's the 556 with a D and F. While we're getting the 556 of Jolly Rogers back out onto the track and into the pits. Great opportunity for you to make sure you post all your selfies. I know the island hoppers like to get selfies with y'all. They are going around and collecting donations through the fence. Those donations will go directly to all of our victims of the fires along with those firefighters. So please make sure you give your donations to those island hoppers. After the racing, at the end of the day, we will have our trophy presentation on the south end of the track at the boat launch. All race fans are more than welcome to come. Bring your kiddos, have them get their signatures on their t-shirts and their racing swag. Once again, ASBR Pro Racing Series is excited to be here in Yakima, the Palm Springs of Washington for the 4th round of racing.
Our next stop will be in Port Angeles in September 12th and 13th. October 3rd, we'll be going to Lewiston, Idaho. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring in the Jolly Rogers of the 556. Get our island hoppers back into positions, and then we'll be sending out the remainder of our unlimited class. With the 2027 Worlds coming here to Yakima, Washington, we are looking for sponsors. So please feel free to reach out to ASBR Pro Racing to see how you can become a sponsor of the 2027 Worlds Sprint Boat Racing or State Fair County Park. They would love to have you. We're also looking for more food vendors. We're excited to have the ones we do have here this weekend. They've been doing a great job of keeping your bellies full with that shaved ice by Sweet Ice. Gabby's Kettle Corn's been doing a great job with their kettle corn and their flavored lemonades. Wicked Brew with their iced and cold coffees along with energy drinks. I also hear there's some great fraps and Dubai chocolate over there. Strawberry chocolates, waffle sticks, and beverages. Make sure you grab your burritos and quesadillas, street tacos, and burgers. Over at the entrance of the park, they are offering pulled pork sandwiches, chicken barbecue sandwiches, kids hot dogs, chips, cookies, and soft drinks. We want to thank our race day sponsors of Coca-Cola, Columbia Distributing. They're offering VIP experience, Legends Casino and Hotel with their misting tent, Steel, Machine, and Saw. And make sure you grab your Washington lottery ticket. That could be your fast track to getting a new sprint boat. Reach out to a couple of our sprint boats out there. That's Pulse Racing. They will put your order in for your 2027 along with Jet Speed Limited. Not sure who has grabbed or if they have grabbed them yet, but Jeff Halstead's walking around with a pack of players cards. If you can find Jeff Halstead throughout the pits, get yourself your playing cards. Another great photography is 208 Photography. Look them up on your social media. He's got some great footage of this weekend and races in the past. Our Island Hoppers are back into position. We're about ready to get rolling with our rest of our cuts for our unlimited class. All right, the 151M, Kyle Patrick. And Hannah Rice coming out onto the class for the unlimited class. 151M, Psycho Racing. '51 Psycho Racing, 48.122. 48.122. Psycho Racing brought to you by Positive Electric Batteries Northwest, C&L Custom Tooling. At 9:07, Jolly Rogers making their way out onto the track in the unlimited class. It's been a battle all season long between the Jolly Rogers and Pure Insanity of the 285. We'll see who's going to take home the checkered flag. Jolly Rogers, 9:07, out onto the track. Going into this weekend in our fourth round of racing with ASBR Pro Series, the 285 Pure Insanity was only leading by a mere 18 points. Jolly Rogers just put out a 47.306. Pure Insanity knows what it's going to have to take to bring home another checkered flag. River Rogers and roommate Tanner Ward. Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Tanner Ward, 45.445. First set of cuts in the books for the unlimited class. Next to go through on round number 2 of our cuts in the unlimited class, the 151M, 285M, and 907M. '03 out on the water for our round 2 of cuts in our modified division. Full tilt TNT Racing. 03 Full Tilt Racing unfortunately clipped the corner of the island on the east side of the track, gliding his way back over through the start-finish line. That will be a DNF for the 03 Full Tilt Racing. Copycat Graphics, Johnson's Realty, Brennan Store, Gearhead Deli, Next Level, Carbon Fiber, and Egg Roll Hut. Moving on to our round 2 of our mod division. The 154 Purcell Racing. Got some close competition with the 509 of Bad Idea Racing and the 611 of Slippery Pickle. Our top 3 points leaders. Last year in our mod division, Slippery Pickle took home the checkered flag. We'll see if he can do it again. Right now, the 154 brother-sister combo, Purcell Racing. Jeff and Margaret Purcell making their way to the track. We are running through our second round of cuts in our mod division. DNF for 154 Purcell Racing unfortunately got off the track rotation, took a left when they should have taken a right. The 154 DNF Purcell Racing. .509 Bad Idea Racing does a lot for our sport. He is still collecting donations, so make sure you reach out to 509 Bad Idea Racing. He's going to make his way out onto the track. Eric Petring and Karen Mesa. Karen Mesa gives a big thumbs up, a hoot and holler, and a fist pump. The 509, Bad Idea Racing, 60.642. 60.642 for the mod division. All right, race fans, if you didn't grab them, you better hurry up and grab those rally towels now. Those cooling towels are for sale over at Vendor Alley, because here comes the Slippery Pickle in the 611. Make sure you stand up tall, cheer him on as they make their way out onto the track. That's the Slippery Pickle of the 611. Jesse Denton and Tammy Armstrong, brought to you by Wishy Washy Laundry and Movement Mortgage. Race fans, since you guys were standing tall with those cooling towels swinging around, you helped him navigate to his best time of the weekend. Slippery Pickle, 55.897. Best time of the weekend for the 611 Slippery Pickle with a 55.897. Reminder, all of our trophy presentation will be done at the end of the day right here at the boat launch. We'd love to see all of our race fans. Grab that swag and bring it on down. Have your drivers, crews all get signatures. They love to do that. Make sure you're grabbing your selfies with these drivers. Our Island Hoppers, thank you so much for all that you do. If you want to become an Island Hopper and get the best seat in the house, reach out to ASBR Pro Racing Series to see how you could be an Island Hopper 2027. The Sprint Boat Worlds will be held right here in Yakima, Washington on August 14th and 15th. Make sure you mark it in your calendar. Our up-and-coming schedule is located at ASB Racing. Why do I hear hooting and hollering? Oh, wait. I only hear a little bit of hooting and hollering. I want to hear a little bit louder hooting and hollering. The Wizard and the Three Amigos are out on the prowl with some swag. How about it, North Enders? Who wants to get themselves some racing swag to bring to trophies and have their signature on it? Oh, I think the Wizard has spot himself a fan out there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sling it. That was probably your best one of the weekend. I think that deserves a belly flop. Make sure you go grab your Jeff Hallstad Island Hopper calendar. Bring that down to trophies and go get all of the signatures of all of our Island Hoppers. They will be walking around taking cash donations. It does come free with a selfie through the fence. Our Island Hoppers are taking cash donations. Those donations do go directly to the victims of the fire and the countless firefighters that are out there. Next out will be our LS class, 219, making their way out onto the track. Velocity Racing. Instant velocity, Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen, 52.524 for that run. 52.524. Moving forward to our next round of cuts in our 400 class. The 9, 5150, 55, 85, 22, and 27. Fat Buddy number 9 making their way out onto the track. '09 Fat Buddy Racing, husband and wife team, Jesse and Kaylin Miller out of Castlegar, British Columbia. 56.232. '09 Fat Buddy Racing, 56.232. '5150 Cycle Racing in the water, ready to give a challenge. Aaron Hansen and Dana Doyle. 5150. '5150 had a little bit of a rough start to their day yesterday with a couple DNF and DNS, but they have been moving right along with great times. Their first round of the cuts was a 53.507. They just dropped that down just a couple ticks to the 53.505. 5150 with a time of 53.505. Going to bring out the top mark couple and the checkmate, number 55, next out onto the racetrack. Frank and Kelly Talkmark, the 55 checkmate, 53.193. 53.193. Brought to you by Glenn's Quality Auto. Copies today for all your printing needs. Coleman, Marine and Performance, Marshall's Specialties, Bishop's Tuning and Services. They're driving one of those ever fast and great looking Jet Speed Limited hauls, race boat hauls. Make sure you go to Jet Speed Limited, New Zealand designed, American built, to get your 2027 Jet Speed Limited boat. Halfway through our second round of cuts in our 400, the 85 Nuckenfutz, Brad Castle and Dakota Hembrock, 52.622, 52.622. Next out for our 400, round 2 of the cuts, is going to be the 22 of the Punisher, driven by Phil Miller. His best time of the weekend is 52.524. He laid that out this morning, a 52.524. Seems to be the area to keep an eye on is going to be at the middle of the track on the east side of the track.
Right where I've been filming from.
That island is just sitting a little high over there, but you can see where those flags do mark for our drivers so they can see where the high spots of the island are. The water level has dropped just a little bit since this morning, changing our track. But it's a DNF for the 55. I'm sorry, 85. It's a DNF for the 85.
What is the difference between that one and the other one? Their big one. What's the difference? What's the difference between yours and theirs? That other one. They have one that looks like yours. No, they had a bigger one. Oh, the one you got. They're the same. Okay. Doesn't matter. Still want to fly kids if they're not sure. If I grab this, I will fly. Yeah.
keeping our island hoppers pretty busy this weekend. Want to thank them again. 22 of the Punisher, unfortunately, with a DNF for this round of 400. DNF for the Punisher. Next out, the 27, Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lily and Sammy. This is one of the Pulse boats that you'll see out here. Pulse has got some of the fastest boats out here and across the United States. Make sure you reach out to Pulse Race Boats to get your 2027 Pulse Race Boat. They're brought to you also by Gateway Materials and Trailers, Rogers Motors, Superior Construction, Hot Shot Espresso, Dynamite Design, Building King, JRE, and Sparco. Leighton Lily got a need for speed, a highly decorated motocross driver, now moved his way over to a water class, where you're going to see him in the 27 boat. He'll be out here shortly. Leighton Lily. Well, the Red Rocket does it again. Preventing Insanity, number 27, Leighton Lily and Cody Holzer, 48.764, 48.764. That will complete our second round of cuts in our 400s. All right, race fans, we're getting down to our final cuts. In our 400 class, we're down to the 55, 85, 5150. Or I'm sorry, 55, 85, and 27. Next out will be our unlimited class. Making their way to the water right now. Down to the boat launch is Jolly Rogers Racing, Eric Warren in the 907M. sitting second place in points right behind the 285M of Pure Insanity. These two have been duking it out all season long. Jolly Rogers, keep an eye out for that social media site of Jolly Rogers 907. He does have some racing swag left for sale over there. Make sure you make your way down to Trophy Presentation and get your 907M Jolly Rogers racing swag. Brought to you by Haxby, Speed Marine. Eric Warner and Jennifer Farmer having one heck of a weekend. Starting it off yesterday morning with a 51.010. Round 2 dropped it down to a 49.773. Round 3, 48.679. Round 4, 48.092. Round 5, 47.387. Then, first rounds of cuts dropped that even farther to a 47.306. Well, Eric Warner, going around and testing out that track all day Friday sure's paid off because you just dropped it down to a 46.901. River Rogers, Pure Insanity, and his co-pilot, best friend, and roommate, Tanner Ward. knew they had a big challenge ahead of them because Jolly Rogers just put out a 46.901. The 285M challenged that with a 45.645. 45.645 for the 285M Jolly River Rogers. All right, it's been a busy weekend, 3-day event. Friday started off at the Yakima Valley Mall as we had our show and shine. That was a great opportunity for all of our drivers and crew members to show off their pretty toys and for you as fans to get up and close and personal. All day yesterday, we ran through qualifying heats. Another round of qualifying heats this morning. Now we're down to the final cuts. This is where we will find out who's going to take home the checkered flag. In the final cuts of our mod division will be the 509 Bad Idea Racing. This against the 611 of the Slippery Pickle. In the LS class, the 219, it's a Velocity. In the 400 class, we have 3. It's going to be the 27, Preventing Insanity. The 85, Milk and Futz versus the Checkmate of 55. In the unlimited class, we are down to our final 2. The 907, Jolly Rogers Racing versus the 785, River Rogers. First out, 509, Bad Idea Racing. Bad Idea Racing, Aaron Petring and Karen Mesa, 61.178. Coming down to our final 2, head-to-head racing in our modified class. 509 Bad Idea Racing, 61.178. Get those rally towels up. Here comes the 611 of the Slippery Pickle, Jesse Denton and Heather Coulter. Slippery Pickle, driven by Jesse Denton. Navigator Tammy Armstrong making their way out for the final cuts of our modified class.
You have now taken home the checkered flag here in Yakima, back to back. Get up on your feet, race fans. The Slippery Pickle has taken home the checkered flag in our mod division. One more time, race fans, let's put our hands together for the 6'11 Slippery Pickle, Jesse Denton, Tammy Armstrong, Heather Coulter, and Team Slippery Pickle, back-to-back checkered flags here in Yakima. Next class out, our final cuts for our LS division, the 219 Velocity Racing, driven by Kyle St. Ange, navigated by Chris Christensen. Both Prairie Tech alumni. This is going to be one of your fan favorites. 2025 was his rookie year, loved it so much, called Pulse Racing and said, hey, I want one of those rocket fast racing boats. He'll be out here in the Pulse Racing. Reach out to them, Pulse Race Boats. .095. Once again, let's get up on our feet. He started his career right here as a jet ski freestyle highlighter. Liked it so much in 2025, became a jet racer. And this year in 2026 in round 4 of our racing, he is now holding the checkered flag. Let's reward him with a huge round of applause. The 219 Velocity Racing, Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen. Once again, congratulations. In 2025, he was a rookie driver. In 2026, they proudly hold that checkered flag high, the 219 of Instant Velocity, Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen.
Moving on to our final cuts in our 400 division, the checkmate. Frank and Kelly Topmark in the 55, making their way off of the launch and out onto the track. The 55 of checkmate. '55 checkmate. Frank and Kelly Topmark went back and did one more adjustment before this final cut. It paid off. Their fastest time of the weekend, 52.948 for the 55 checkmate. We do have our trophy presentation will be shortly after the final cuts, right down here at the boat launch. All fans are welcome, so please make your way down here after the final cuts for our trophy presentation. We still have a couple rounds to go in our 400 and our unlimited. 85 Nuck and Futz Racing making their way out onto the track. They know they've got to beat a time of the checkmate of 52.948. The 55 checkmate, a 52.984. But the Nuck and Futz has now dropped them off of that lead with an 52.511. The 85 of Nuck and Futz, 52.511. The 2-7 is on a 5-minute clock. The 2-7 for our last run in our 400 is on a 5-minute clock. What that means is they are having some motor technical issues. They have 5 minutes to get that figured out and fixed. If they are unable to do that, Knockenfutz Racing will take home the checkered flag. We're down to our last two contestants in our 400 class. Knockenfutz Racing just shot off a 52.511. The 27 Red Rocket Instant Velocity, or Preventing Insanity. Leighton Lilly and Sammy will make their way out onto the track, brought to you by Gateway Materials and Trailers, JRE, Pulse Race Boats, Roger Motors, Superior Construction, Hot Shot Espresso, Sparco, Building King, and Dynamic Design. Preventing Insanity making their way into the race. Down the boat launch, we're going to have to see if they can get that started up. That's the 27 of Leighton Lilly. They are down to 3 minutes on the 5-minute clock. Down to the last 3 minutes for Preventing Insanity, number 27. Leighton Lilly and his team frantically working on that number 27 Gateway Red Rocket, trying to get it out onto the track. Meantime, make sure you're posting all of your social media pictures. We do have some great footage along on our YouTube channel. The 208 photography is out there with also some great footage. Make sure you grab your Jeff Halstad players card and calendars over there on Vendor Alley. I believe there's still a couple more t-shirts over there. Grab your 2026 swag, bring it on down here to trophy presentation, and get your signatures of your favorite drivers. I want to thank all of our race day sponsors to bring us here. Coca-Cola, executive soft drink provider of State Fair Park. Columbia Distributing. Legends Casino and Hotel. Steel, Saw and Machines. Washington Lottery. With only moments to spare, the 27 Preventing Insanity able to make their way through the boat launch and out onto the track. Rogers Motors brings you Preventing Insanities.
back-to-back-to-back-to-back wins. Leighton Lilly, come collect your checkered flag. Leighton Lilly, the 27, takes the checkered flag. In our 400 class. Get up on your feet, race fans, as Leighton Lilly comes around. Make sure you throw your social media pictures out there. Leighton Lilly in the Red Rocket, Rogers Motors, Gateway Machines and Trailers. Congratulations one more time to the 27, Leighton Lilly. And Cody Holzer in Preventing Insanity. Next out, bringing the big boys out, the unlimited class. Head-to-head drivers weekend after weekend in the 285, River Rogers in the 907, Jolly Rogers. These two have been battling it out weekend after weekend. The point standings for the season are so close. Pure Insanity sitting at 267. Jolly Rogers sitting at 249. Last year, earlier this season, we were here for our second round of racing for ASBR Racing. And in the unlimited class, Pure Insanity took the checkered flag. Can he take it home one more time? He's your 2025 unlimited high point champion. Eric Warner, Jennifer Farmer give each other knuckles as they start to slip off of the trailer and make their way out onto the track for the 907M Jolly Rogers. .069, 47.069 for the Jolly Rogers 907M, driven by Eric Warner, navigated by Jennifer Farmer, brought to you by Haxby Speed and Marine. The 285, River Rogers knows what he has to do to be able to collect another checkered flag in the Pure Insanity Racing.
4.926. What an impressive time from young River Rogers and Tanner Ward, a pure insanity. Young man, go grab your checkered flag, the 285, the winner here in our 4th round at Yakima Raceways. Congratulations, River Rogers and Tanner Ward, your unlimited winners here at round 4 in Yakima. All race fans, you are more than welcome to come down to trophy presentation. We will be having that shortly here at the launch. We do thank you all for being here this weekend. We're excited for 2027 when we'll be bringing the World's Championship here. Make sure you follow us on ASBR Pro Racing Series. My name is K-Dub Myers-Brewer. Remember, keep the racing on the water and the safety on the pavement. We'll see you all soon.